Hey guys, so at the end of one of my recent videos, which probably nobody saw because it was in like the last 5 minutes of a 40-minute video, I said that I have had this feeling like something is trying to be born through me, and that I'm trying to figure out what it is, and that was why recently I made this big, list of a bunch of feelings that I had about this channel growing, about writing in this area, or basically doing anything in this area more than just making videos like I have been. I wrote out this big list of, had this kind of anxious, resistant feeling about it, in addition to a desire for it. And I wrote out this big list of what that feeling was. I just kind of let it speak. It was just a bunch of, beliefs and a bunch of reservations and things. And just the act of doing that shifted things, and some kind of strange things happened right in succession, right after I did that and talked about it on the video. And that was last Sunday or something. That was I want to say 4 or 5 days before suddenly I got the urge and acted on it to make an entire video series on the book, The Science of Getting Rich, which is, I've probably mentioned on this channel 100 times at this point. It's where the whole conscious creation journey, the whole conscious creation way of life really started for me, for real. It's where it really took, this book. And so I have created this 18 video playlist. The videos are about 10, 15, 20 minutes long, depending on the chapter. And I read the audio of the book, and then the audio of the book is like 5, 6, 7 minutes. And then, for each chapter, and then the rest of it is just my commentary on it. So that is available for free. And the whole thing is ready to go and available to be watched. I don't know what happened. This was what was trying to be born. It's pretty clear. I feel like I've given birth now. And I kind of can't believe I didn't do this sooner. It was almost certainly because of that list of things that I wrote out about how I was feeling about myself in relation to this and other things like that. So that is available. And doing this was pretty cool. I haven't really read The Science of Getting Rich all the way through, and I don't think I've ever read it this closely in probably since the first time I read it. I read it all the way through the first time I read it, but since then it's just kind of been a reference material because I absorbed what it was saying so much, and I didn't even realize how much until I made this video series. The Science of Getting Rich and I together are a prime, perfect example of the law of assumption. You will see if you listen through this series that I made, and if you're a fan of my channel and you like the way I work things out, or you like my approach to things or whatever, I absorbed this book and took it on as me. And some of the things in this book, as I'm going through it again, I could not believe. I was like, I didn't even know I got that from this. I didn't know I got that from this. It has so become a part of me. The way of being that this book describes has so become a part of me that I didn't even realize it wasn't just me to begin with. So that's what the law of assumption is, the Neville Goddard concept of the law of assumption. It's assuming something and persisting in it over and over and over and over mentally until it's you. So anyway, this book to me is the most concise, direct, instruction manual for conscious creation ever written. It contains very little fluff. It tells you what to do, how to think, how to act, what not to do, how not to think, how not to act. It's very clear. It spells it out. It doesn't leave very much up to you to figure out, other than applying this to the, personal details of your own life. It tells you exactly how to think. And, it is not, everybody is talking about the same thing. If you've only ever read Neville, or you've only ever read somebody else, Abe Hicks or something, you're going to see it's all speaking to the exact same truth. It's all speaking to the exact same concepts. But this particular voice for me, the way that it tells you exactly what to do, it doesn't leave anything there to be confused, really. That is something that I, at 24, 25, was able to really take and use and assume and become. And I can tell you, I can give you my testimony, and I have 400 videos on this channel, testifying to the effects of this and what I've done when I hit the roadblocks with this and everything else. But, this to me is just, it's not, and I think part of what's weird about the Neville Goddard, he has a huge body of work. Wallace, Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich. That is basically his main book. He has some other writings, but he's got like maybe 3 or 4 books. But, he didn't speak so much that you could then have 900,000 words that he said and try to figure out what his whole coherent philosophy was. With Neville, it gets a little weird. With this, it's basically a way of living. It's not, here's how you manifest something. It's, here's how you need to be and think in order to make this a way of life, including, some philosophy on morality and stuff like that, which I can tell you has done nothing but wonders for me personally. So, I think the best thing you could possibly do with your entire life is either get a PDF copy of the Science of Getting Rich, comb through it, read it carefully, and completely take on the whole thing, all the ways he says to be, and then start living your life that way. Or the next best thing would be listen to my video series that I just made. It has the audio read by me. It's not perfect. I made it using the voice memo on my iPhone in my car, and it's not a video, it's all audio, but listen to it if you prefer to listen to it, and listen to my commentary if you want to listen to my commentary. I drew some parallels to Neville. I clarified some of the language in the book that you might not understand otherwise. There's a few words that he talks about in there that aren't fully fleshed out till later or ever. So I explained that, and, I just had some thoughts. There's not a lot of personal stuff in there. There's not a lot of, sometimes there's an example that I give or something like that, but it's mainly just all focused on the subject matter in this book. And I don't know, this book is the philosophy in this book has become my life, and it is a good one. It's a good way to be. It's a really good way to live. It's a really, peaceful way to live. It's really, it illuminates how this all works really quickly. And the best thing about it, and one part of the book that I really had sort of forgotten, is this idea of improving things for everyone, not just yourself. And there's a way that you can be towards the world that improves everything for you and everyone else, not just for you. And that's part of the heart of this book. Anyway, so that's available. I will link to that below. It's in a playlist on my channel, and I hope that you enjoy it. It was really, really awesome for me to do this for myself, because I just, first of all, it clarified a bunch of things for me. It was a refresher for me. There were certain things that I had kind of lost my way on. And, secondly, I just saw how much it's become me. I hadn't even realized that. And it's a really interesting feeling to see how, something has become my identity and what that's actually caused to happen in the outer world. So it was really cool for me to make this too. And once I got the idea to do it, it just came to me out of nowhere, essentially nowhere. I had The Science of Getting Rich printed out on a clipboard in the back seat of my car for God knows how long. I don't even remember doing that. I don't know why I did it. It was just sitting there the other day when I needed about 30 minutes of pastime. And I just grabbed it. And while I was reading the preface, I just said, I know what I need to do here. So that's how that came about. And then I just basically worked on it nonstop for 3 days till it was done. So I hope you enjoy that. And, I hope that does something for someone. If one person, literally one person listens to this video series and does what I did 20 years ago, I will consider that to have been a pretty profound thing. It's life-changing. I can't imagine who or where I would be without having done this. Truly. It's that much a part of me. So anyway, I hope that you enjoy it. Have a great day. Preface. This book is pragmatical, not philosophical, a practical manual, not a treatise upon theories. It is intended for the men and women whose most pressing need is for money, who wish to get rich first and philosophize afterward. It is for those who have, so far, found neither the time, the means, nor the opportunity to go deeply into the study of metaphysics, but who want results and who are willing to take the conclusions of science as a basis for action, without going into all the processes by which these conclusions were reached. It is expected that the reader will take the fundamental statements upon faith, just as he would take statements concerning a law of electrical action if they were promulgated by a Marconi or an Edison, and taking the statements upon faith, that he will prove their truth by acting upon them without fear or hesitation. Every man or woman who does this will certainly get rich, for the science herein applied is an exact science, and failure is impossible. For the benefit, however, of those who wish to investigate philosophical theories and so secure a logical basis for faith, I will here cite certain authorities. The monistic theory of the universe, the theory that one is all and that all is one, that one substance manifests itself as the seemingly many elements of the material world, is of Hindu origin and has been gradually winning its way into the thought of the Western world for 200 years. It is the foundation of all the Oriental philosophies, and of those of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and Emerson. In writing this book, I have sacrificed all other considerations to plainness and simplicity of style so that all might understand. The plan of action laid down herein was deduced from the conclusions of philosophy. It has been thoroughly tested and bears the supreme test of practical experiment. It works. If you wish to know how the conclusions were arrived at, read the writings of the authors mentioned above. And if you wish to reap the fruits of their philosophies in actual practice, read this book and do exactly as it tells you. So all I really have to say about this before getting into the actual chapters of the book is that what he says here about taking things on faith is critical. If you sit around trying to think of ways that this isn't true, if you pick apart every statement that is made in a definitive and absolute way and try to come up with ways it's not true, you're doing the opposite of what you need to be doing in order to get ahead with this. And this is where I think many, many, many people just begin the process of failure. It can be difficult to do that. It can be difficult to take something on faith. It's a lot easier, I think, to do this when you're younger and you've had less competing evidence for a lot of what's said in this book. But it really doesn't matter because, as he'll say later in this book, and you'll see, your level of success is going to be proportionate with how much faith you're able to have, how much you're able to drop the mentality that you have that is opposing anything you read in here. I read this 20 years ago, and I have gotten rich in every imaginable way. And it's thanks to having adopted the mentality of this entire book. This book taught me how to think when I was 24 years old, and It's been absorbed so fully that I couldn't even believe it as I was going through this. I haven't read this book in a while, and I've always looked to it as kind of my Bible, like this is what made me. I didn't realize just the extent to how much every part of this book has become a part of my life, and how every part of it, everything he says about it, is true. That's my testimony for the rest of this book, and I hope you can take it on faith. Exactly as he says. The same way that you don't understand how a mechanical system works, you know it does. You can still use it. That's the way to approach this. So, I will be back shortly with chapter 1. Hey guys, this is chapter 1 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and my comments follow. Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and develop talent, he must have many things to use, and he cannot have these things unless he has money to buy them with. Man develops in mind, soul, and body by making use of things, and society is so organized that man must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for man must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Man's right to life means his right to have the free and unrestricted use of all the things which may be necessary to his fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or, in other words, his right to be rich. In this book, I shall not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man ought to be satisfied with a little if he is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The man who owns all he wants for the living of all the life he is capable of living is rich. And no man who has not plenty of money can have all he wants. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that he is capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things, and you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There is nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life, and that desire is praiseworthy. The man who does not desire to live more abundantly is abnormal. And so the man who does not desire to have money enough to buy all he wants is abnormal. There are 3 motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, and we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike desirable, and no one of the 3, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind or body, and it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body and soul. We are all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul, and we see that real life means the complete expression of all that man can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever he may say, no man can really be happy or satisfied unless his body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of his mind and soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression, or function seeking performance. Man cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to his physical life. He cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, he must have intellectual recreations and must surround himself with all the objects of art and beauty he is capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, man must have love, and love is denied expression by poverty. Man's highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband or father, as a citizen, or as a man. It is in the use of material things that man finds full life for his body, develops his mind, and unfolds his soul. It is therefore of supreme importance to him that he should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect this study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and to humanity. For you can render God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself. So I re-recorded this chapter. This is chapter 1. I re-recorded this because I was stumbling over words in the first time I did it. And I kept the commentary that I made on the first one, which we'll be playing here in a second. But I forgot to say one thing in the commentary that I really wanted to say and rereading this again. Wallace Wattles says, love is denied expression by poverty. I just want to be really, really clear. He's not saying that when you're poor, you don't love people, or that people that are in poverty don't really love each other, or that your parents didn't love you if you grew up poor, or anything like that. I want to be really clear about this. All he is saying is that poverty and all of the stress and low feelings and low experience that comes with being poor gets in the way of the natural expression of love. It makes it harder to do it. That's it. That's all he's saying. He's saying it has its most free ability to flow when you have abundance in the form of material wealth. When you do it in the right way, when you have the right, when you do it coming from the right place, which will be explored in the rest of this book. So that's chapter 1. And here he's just making the case. He's trying to shoot down all of these ideas that people have about why they shouldn't have money. You know, he's trying to make the case here for that. And if you're coming at this from having been in the manifestation community on YouTube or Reddit or anywhere else, I think another thing that's worth mentioning is that you may be, feeling resistant to all these ideas, these statements of definitive fact. This, it is this way, or this is what this is. It's, just because something has a limit doesn't mean it's not a good limit for you to work with. So getting past the idea that everything is a limited belief, or that nothing has to happen a certain way, just because things don't have to happen a certain way, just because you can manifest something in a multitude of different ways, doesn't mean that there's not an ideal way to do it. And he is talking about the ideal way of doing things throughout this entire book. So that's what those definitive statements are. This whole book is teaching you how to think. It's teaching you a certain way of looking at creating. And, whether you want to adhere to this or not, whether you're able to quiet your mind enough to absorb this and actually get it to work for you, that's up to you. But coming from the manifestation community, especially if you've been in this for a while, some things in this book could be rough to get, just the idea that something can be so definite can be hard to take at first. So stick with it. Make it through the whole thing. Do me that favor. Make it through the whole thing before you make any decisions about how you feel about the tone, I guess, of the book. Because I think you'll see when the whole picture is painted, it's a really amazing one. And he made a comment on the first paragraph where he says, you must have money in order to buy things. This is another thing I think people that are newly, into the manifesting thing and maybe have never read this book or anything, they might take issue with is the idea that you have to have money to get things. Well, you don't. You can manifest things. I think we've established that. But I can tell you just from, my own personal life, it's a lot better to just have a bank account full of money than to constantly have to look at things that you can't buy and manifest them by imagining having them. It's a lot easier, honestly. It's a lot easier to just do what this book says, get a lot of resources, and then you essentially can do whatever you want. So that's just him talking about money. It applies to everything, really. The concepts in this book are not just about money. They are applicable to your whole life, as you will see, and as I will attempt to also illuminate throughout the book with my commentary. At the end of this, he talks about the merits of having money in order to facilitate love or domestic bliss. Actually, I think that's a different chapter. But he says at the end here, his highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. Having resources is a way to have a better life in every imaginable way if you approach it the right way, which this book is going to tell you how to do. If you have any issues with the idea of money is the source of all evil, or that money corrupts you, keep on with this book, because he tells you the mentality that you have to have and how not to succumb to that. So that's all I've got to say about chapter 1, the right to be rich. It is entirely possible to become quite wealthy and to do it in a way that benefits you and everyone. So listen on for chapter 2 and how he talks about doing that. Hey guys, this is the second chapter of The Science of Getting Rich, and the text, I'm going to read the text and I will then have some commentary afterwards. Chapter 2, There's a Science of Getting Rich. There's a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man, he will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects, and therefore any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy, the people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor, or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, while those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side, in the same environment, and often engaged in the same vocations. When two men are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not primarily a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others, but when two men in the same business are in the same neighborhood and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent, for many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who have got rich, we find that they are an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than other men. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that other men have not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do, for two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes a bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, and if like causes always produce like effects, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich, and the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here, whether this certain way may not be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen, so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich, blockheads get rich, intellectually brilliant people get rich, and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich, and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential, but insofar as natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with men and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it is not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next-door neighbors in the same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business which you like and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery will succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent upon your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do things in a certain way. If you are now in business, and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid. But one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in a certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich, and it is a part of the result which invariably follows the doing of things in a certain way. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources, but if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich, for like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you are in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you are in the wrong location, you can go to the right location. And you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in the certain way, which causes success. So that was chapter 2. And the first thing I want to say about chapter 2, I want to clarify when Wallace Wattles talks about the certain way. He goes on in the upcoming chapters to make this really, really clear, but it'll be easier if you just know ahead of time so that you understand. When he talks about the certain way, he's not talking about a particular way, although this is certainly a particular way of thinking and being. When he says the certain way, he is talking about the way that is certain, meaning that you carry with you in everything you do an absolute certainty, an absolute unshaking faith. That's what that means. It kind of means both of them, because what he lays out is very, very precise. This book leaves no room for confusion or doubt. So by the end of this, you're going to know exactly what you need to do. You're going to know exactly how you need to think, and you're going to need to know exactly how you need to act, and you're going to understand fully, because everything is fully fleshed out in a very thorough and yet concise way. But, just to draw the parallel, for those of you who are coming from Neville, when he says, do things in this certain way, do not do things in this certain way, the certain way, he's basically referencing the Neville Goddard concept of living in the state of the wish fulfilled and thinking from the end, not of the end. That's what he's talking about when he's talking about certain ways. So just to prepare you for that, if you're a Neville person, Neville and Wallace Wattles are talking about the exact same thing. It's just a different delivery, and one where I feel Neville fell short. Honestly, I don't think he was able to describe the truth in a way that people could use as well as Wallace Wattles did in this book. I think that's evidenced by the fact that Neville was not very popular up until a few years ago, and that there's a lot of failure in the community that where Neville is sort of the shining beacon. He is talking about the same thing, though. If you absorb the science of getting rich first and then you listen to Neville, you can see that. And you can also see clearly what Neville is trying to say with regards to parts of the science of getting rich that Neville doesn't really go into in depth, that everybody's confused about, like what actions do you take, that kind of thing. Neville didn't go into that stuff a lot, but he hints at it. He points to it. Same thing with Abraham Hicks. There's a hint here and a hint there. They don't focus on the practical way of conducting yourself in order to make this work. They talk more spiritually. They talk more abstractly, and they talk in a way that a lot of people aren't ready for. This is very practical and down to earth that anyone can understand this book. So, what else did he say in this chapter? He says at the end, this is another parallel to Neville. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources, but if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich. What he's saying is your circumstances don't matter. That's true. That's truth across every voice that is attempting to translate this truth into words. That's a universal when it comes to manifesting things. Your circumstances don't exempt you from being able to benefit from what's said here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much debt you're in. It doesn't matter what the obstacle appears to be. All you have to do is adopt this mentality. Adopt it completely. Assume it. Use the law of assumption. Take it on fully and persist in thinking this way until it becomes habitual and natural to you. I will say, I probably said this somewhere else in here, going through this book over the last few days that I've been making this video series, it has blown my mind, because I haven't read this book in a while, fully, like thoroughly like this. It's blown my mind how much of this book is just me. There are things in here that I don't even remember getting from this. There are mentalities in here that I just kind of thought were always a part of me. And I realized this is just assumption. It's just taking the whole thing on faith and taking it on and making it you. Eventually, it becomes you. It starts living through you. It becomes your identity, and your identity creates things when you're not even conscious of it. And so this is truly what the law of assumption is. It's taking on a mentality and persisting in it so consistently and so thoroughly that after a while, there is no it and there is no you. There's no line. It's just, you just become the thing. And you become this creator that is able to use this and that is able to autopilot everything in this book. So really, this book is just teaching you how to think. It's not anything that's wildly different. If you're in the manifestation community already, it's not anything that's wildly different, but it is, I think, laid out in a way that is thousands of times more usable than anything I've seen anywhere since I've been observing things in this community for the last 4 years. Having already been doing this for 2 decades at the time, having read this 20 years ago, this is the most usable and complete guide for living abundantly that I've ever come across in the many, many things that I've read. So That's all I've got to say about chapter 2. Hey guys, this is chapter 3 of The Science of Getting Rich. He uses a lot of outdated examples in this chapter. Kind of a fun look at the 1905, 1910 in America time capsule. But of course, you can draw parallels to today and everything going on today. So I will read the text and then be back with some commentary. Chapter 3. Is opportunity monopolized? No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized. But the electric railway business is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a very few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry, and in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you are a workman in the employ of the Steel Trust, you have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm of from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it is impossible for you to get the land, but I am going to prove to you that it is not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you will go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions according to the needs of the whole and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present, in America, it is setting toward agriculture and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open before the farmer in his line more than before the factory worker in his line. It is open before the businessman who supplies the farmer, more than before the one who supplies the factory worker, and before the professional man who waits upon the farmer, more than before the one who serves the working class. There is abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trusts and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. This they must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance or the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will show him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. A palace as large as the Capitol at Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone, and under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world, finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving. But all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it. But it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw material of all things. 10,000 times as much as has been made might still be made. And even then, we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No man, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted so that foodstuffs and material for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed, or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if man is still in such a stage of social development that he needs gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless substance responds to the needs of man. It will not let him be without any good thing. This is true of man collectively. The race as a whole is always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things which makes the individual man rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled towards more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself and of consciousness to seek and extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe of forms has been made by formless living substance, throwing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently toward more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase of life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little farther on, that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Okay, so that's chapter 3, and obviously this one's a sign of the times. But it's really not, this is really sort of just the human condition is viewing the world this way because, he's talking about people feeling like there's no opportunity because the railroads have already been built. I mean, there are people today, and we're still essentially in the dawn of the internet age. There are people today who are like, there's no opportunity. There's no opportunity. Everything's been, everything's been taken. I've seen people say this in the last couple of years, which seems crazy to me. This is just a mindset. This is just, that's really all it is. It's just a belief. I don't have that mindset and I'm so busy at this point. I see opportunities everywhere for money, for business opportunities and ways of making money that I simply, don't currently have the interest or time to act on. They're everywhere. And when you're tuned the right way, which is the purpose of this book, is to shift the way you're viewing the world and the way you're being in the world, those things that are sitting all around that somebody like me, somebody like I can perceive, those become visible to you. That's part of how this works. And, that being said, even if opportunity were monopolized, what this does, what this, way of this orientation towards opportunity, does for you is, even if there is a temporary shortage in some area that you're interested in, you will be the one that gets what's there, I guess, is a way to put it. I've talked on my YouTube channel about how in the midst of, at the height of the real estate market being, just inflated beyond belief, although it hasn't crashed much at this point in June of 2023. When it first inflated and there was so little supply compared to the demand, I knew people who had, were willing to bid 20% over asking price and who were desperate to find a house and who still didn't find one after a couple of years of trying to get one. Meanwhile, I didn't even try to look. I decided I wanted to move in December of 2021. And I didn't even, looking at the shortage that was out there, I just decided I don't like it all, thanks to this book and the mentality that I've adopted from this book specifically. I just don't like to participate in anything that has a feeling of competition where somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. It's, to me, that energy is the antithesis of this, the formless substance, just having an abundance of anything you could want. And I didn't even look at houses. I just said, well, I'm not going to participate in this right now. This goes against my focus on creativity mentalities, abundance rather than scarcity. And what happened for me was, I was in the right place at the right time to see a for sale sign going up in front of the house I eventually bought, or eventually the next day, the house I bought the next day. And it wasn't for an inflated price. It just so happened that the person selling it desperately needed the money to pay for their medical care, and they underpriced the house by a lot. It was the price was more in line with what pre-pandemic prices were. And because I was there at this opportune moment and had cash, I was the one who was able to purchase the house. It was just like it all came together perfectly. I never had to participate in anything competitive for 1 second. And these are the types of opportunities that I've experienced for 2 decades now, since just taking this whole book on faith. That's the kind of experience I've had in business and with buying my house and many, many other things. So even if opportunity is monopolized or appears to be monopolized, you will still skate right into these opportunities. And by the way, almost unexplainable assistance from what appear to be outer forces is often a part of these things. I was supposed to be out of town the day that I saw the sign for my house going up and was able to act on that. A windstorm came and prevented us from going on the expressway and delaying our trip by a day. And that was the day that I saw the sign going up, and basically everything happened over the next 24 hours for that. So opportunity being monopolized is something that the idea plagues a lot of people. And this is one of the first things that you really need to understand does not play a role in anything that has to do with getting rich when doing things in a certain way, or just manifesting in general. Another thing he said in here that was, I think, of note, is the section where he talks about factory workers not being kept down by their masters, not being grounded by the trust and so basically this is something to really think about if you're a member of a group who as a collective feels oppressed or like opportunity has been taken from you. What he says here, as a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. That's not a knock. That's not, it's just an observation from this viewpoint. It's not to say that doing this is easy, especially not for a large class of people. But if you're in one of these groups, whether you're like in an age group that feels like there's no opportunity for you, or you're, a member of some other group that in general feels downtrodden, it's important not to identify yourself with that. It's very easy to be kept at a certain level of thought by, your peers, and the fact that you identify with being a part of a group with this, with this issue, I guess. It's really important to start to immediately think differently, stop identifying with that. That's identity with scarcity. It's identifying with scarcity, which is the objective is to stop doing that. The objective is to start to open your eyes to the opportunities that are there all the time that you're just not seeing. So that I think is quite important. Another interesting, just a side note about that, Abraham Hicks, Esther Hicks, talks about how, groups of people that, somebody asked her a question about how does all this vibrational match stuff, which is really, when she talks about being a vibrational match for something, she's just talking about a feeling. She's just talking about the certain way that these are all like, essentially the same thing. And she always says that you're a vibrational match for everything that you get. And someone asked her a question about how, certain atrocities in history have happened. And she said, we don't want to tell you this. We don't want to, we know you don't want to hear this, but people are a vibrational match for what happens to them. And that can take on, that can be taken on by a whole group. There are people who weren't affected by those things. There are people who escaped from atrocities and that needs to be essentially you, that you need to, if you're in one of these groups or whatever, you need to break out of that mentality by getting rich, by becoming the fullest expression of yourself that you can be. You can then inspire others to stop falling into that trap. You can then help to change things for large groups of people. Staying in the group, staying in the mentality, there can be an illusion that there's value there when there is not. And he says the visible supply is practically inexhaustible. The invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Again, this is just, this is shifting your focus onto abundance, not scarcity. That's the goal here. Again, turning focus to abundance. I've just got all these notes in the margins here. This whole chapter is about turning your mind to abundance. And even if I think rational, intelligent people tend to read this stuff and just say, okay, well, is it really inexhaustible? Is it really, will new soil really be made if we exhaust the soil we have? The point is not to pick apart every single statement for its particular merits. It's just to understand the whole concept here that, the supply is inexhaustible and what you want will be able to happen, and shift your focus off of that onto the abundance. That's really, this whole chapter is about that. And, is it true? Is it not? Will a big pile of gold just materialize in the middle of a field if we exhaust the supply for gold? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that particular, if the way he worded this is true. The underlying concept is true. And the philosophizing about, is there really enough for everybody? What happens if everybody takes on this mentality? Then, that is just not, it just doesn't, it's so far outside of the realm of what you need to do to develop yourself into the person that has so much that you can do for others. That's where you shouldn't get stuck on this. Just read it and feel it. Feel, as Esther and Abe Hicks say, get the vibration. The vibration is a feeling. Get the feeling of this. Get the feeling of enough for everybody. Get the feeling of there's an unlimited supply and nothing is out of reach for me. No opportunity that I really want is gone. That's the idea here, which of course, this all ties back to Neville, and feeling is the secret. And that is all I have to say about chapter 3. So I'll be back with chapter 4 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 4 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text first and have commentary at the end. Chapter 4, the first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended throughout formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought took the form of systems of planets, and it maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to the thought. Holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds, it takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree, though centuries may be required to do the work. In creating, the formless seems to move according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree along established lines of growth. Every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. Man is a thinking center and can originate thought. All the forms that man fashions with his hands must first exist in his thought. He cannot shape a thing until he has thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. When man has a thought form, he takes material from the forms of nature and makes an image of the form which is in his mind. He has so far made little or no effort to cooperate with formless intelligence, to work with the Father. He has not dreamed that he can do what he seeth the Father doing. Man reshapes and modifies existing forms by manual labor. He has given no attention to the question whether he may not produce things from formless substance by communicating his thoughts to it. We propose to prove that he may do so, to prove that any man or woman may do so, and to show how. As our first step, we must lay down 3 fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff or substance from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought in thinking substance produces shapes. Man is a thinking center, capable of original thought. If man can communicate his thought to original thinking substance, he can cause the creation or formation of the thing he thinks about. To summarize this, there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his mind, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so, both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form and thought, I come to one original thinking substance. And reasoning forward from this thinking substance, I come to man's power to cause the formation of the thing he thinks about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true, and this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is positive proof until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails. And this process will not fail, for every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I have said that men get rich by doing things in a certain way. And in order to do so, men must become able to think in a certain way. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. To do things in the way you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step toward getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every man has the natural and inherent power to think what he wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearances is easy. To think truth regardless of appearances is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work man is called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it. This can only be prevented by holding the thought of truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind, and ultimately in your body, unless you hold the thought of the truth, which is that there is no disease. It is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearances of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your mind, unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty, there is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearances of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that man can so impress his thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create. We can get what we want to have. We can become what we want to be. As a first step toward getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter. And in order to emphasize them, I repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one. You must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Read these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory. Meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to churches or lectures where a contrary concept of things is taught or preached. Do not read magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. So that is chapter 4. In the beginning, when he's talking about the formless substance, just in case this wasn't clear, he's talking about the subconscious mind, God. Today, in the modern age, we're learning about energy and all the other stuff, whatever this is that surrounds us. That's around us all the time, but invisible. He's talking about that. You can substitute in subconscious mind or God, whatever feels right to you. He's talking about this thing that we don't quite understand, but that is there, that we know is there. And that is thinking and doing and orchestrating situations, moving us without us realizing it toward, that thing. He says, every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form. I've seen people say, well, how come everything you think doesn't just automatically create then? And the answer to that question is in this sentence. every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form. It has to be held there. It doesn't just form instantly, thank God. It gives you a chance to, decide if what you're thinking, if you start to look at yourself as a creative mind, the delay in formation, the delay in impressing formless substance and starting the creative flow, it's good. It gives you a chance to stop and think, is this what I really want to be creating? Most people don't do this at all. Most people don't stop and think about it at all. They're just doing this accidentally, unintentionally, or both all the time. They're holding thoughts without meaning to, because they aren't at a point yet where they're aware that they're doing this and what's happening. Once you become aware of this, it's really kind of your duty to get control of what you're thinking. He says, no thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. When he says impressed upon original substance, you can, whatever word you like. If you like the word held, whatever image is held. I kind of like that word. I sort of imagine just an invisible goop, and what I want, the idea of what I want being held in this goop until it takes and starts to do something. But I mean, another way to think about it is habituated. Anything that you're doing that becomes a habit is something that impresses the formless substance that, starts to solidify the thought into form in one way or another. Same thing with accepted. If you have a belief that you've accepted, that thought essentially, whatever that belief is, has just a whole set of images and a whole set of corresponding life experiences that will naturally be an outcome of that belief. And if you've accepted something as true and it becomes a belief, that impresses this original substance with all of those many, many experiences that will correspond to it. So that's another way to look at it. He says, a man's way of doing things is a direct result of the way he thinks about things. If you're coming from Neville, this is just another way that they have translated this similarly. As you see yourself, as you believe, as you think about things, that's what causes your unconscious, effortless outer behavior, which is what acts upon the 3D world in front of us and creates things and creates opportunities and all of that kind of thing. It's really, if you've ever tried to do something that was in opposition to your mind, there's only so much you can do physically. There's only so much you can force yourself to do in the physical world that is in opposition with your mind and what you believe and think and feel. It's just futile. Eventually you fail. And then he says, and this is also a Neville correlation that's pretty close in language. He talks about ignoring the 3D, ignoring the physical world. He says to think what you want to think, regardless of appearances, is, makes you a mastermind. That's what Neville says. When you have an intention for something and what you're seeing in the outer world, would normally cause you to draw a different conclusion, holding on to the conclusion that you want and keeping it there, keeping it firmly in mind with the intention for that to be the reality and with the faith that it will be the reality. That's what makes you a mastermind. And that's Neville. I mean, because it's truth. That's Neville's translation of the truth. This is Wallace Wattles' translation of the truth, his language. It's coming through his distortion. And he says, there's no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Doing the mental work for this is the hardest thing. I mean, keeping your faith in spite of appearances is one of the most difficult emotional things that people have to do in the beginning. And it's always a challenge, but it gets easier the more and more you see how this works out in your favor. Having 20 years of experience of seeing this play out the way it's supposed to over and over and over again, you're going to have a different perspective on this than the first time you read it. And it sounds almost too good to be true, but that's only because it sounds easy, but it is not. Seeing the truth, seeing what you want to be the truth, what's the truth for you instead of what appears to be happening contrary to that in your immediate environment, that is one of the most difficult things to practice and do. He says at the end to lay aside all other concepts of the universe. And this is really, I think, the only way to get this to work for you. If you're constantly exposing yourself to other things, if you're constantly listening to others' opinions on this, if you're constantly passing your time mindlessly by listening to people talk about this, and probably not people who understand or in ways that are real, that is just going to set you back. If you can, just shut it all out. If you can, get a copy of this book and just keep it and read it and do what it says, and you will be on the right track so much more than sitting around listening to other people and filling your mind with conflicting or confusing questions about this. So that's all I've got to say about that. And I will be back shortly with the next chapter. Hey guys, this is chapter 5 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary at the end. This is a really important chapter of the book. Chapter 5, Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will it is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance, which is all and in all, and which lives in all and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the natural and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life, in the mere act of living, must increase itself. A seed dropped into the ground springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life, by living, multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under the same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact that we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, which ever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use. For we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life-seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest, which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with a desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you, hence it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should get rich. He wants you to get rich because he can express himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with the purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure or sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function. And the individual really lives only when he performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable, without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly, for the gratification of animal desires. That is not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life, and no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life. But the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it is time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others, and that you can secure his favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What he wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself, and for others. And you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich. So it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or take advantage. You do not need to let any man work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others or to look at it with wishful eyes. No man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I am aware that there are men who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type, who become very rich, do so sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition. And sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance in its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, etc., have been the unconscious agents of the supreme in the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry. And in the end, their work will contribute immensely towards increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production and will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them. And it is well to bear in mind that they have never really been rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop this process and so on, in that moment, you drop into the competitive mind. and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light. And know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches in formless substance. And know they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beats you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. Okay, so that's chapter 5. And it's funny, as I'm reading this, I'm realizing just how much of my life has been shaped by this book. You know, I knew it was a lot, but this is essentially chapter 5 of this book. This is essentially how I live my entire life. I don't know if this is where I got it or if this just appealed to me because naturally I was inclined to be this way, but you know, everything he says about not taking from other people and everything you do being for the increase of everyone. This is really all I can say to this. My personal experience with this is that it feels great living a life like this. It feels great being in a state where while things are increasing for you, they're increasing for everyone else, and having this type of mentality, which of course I don't, this isn't like, I don't have a perfect mind. This isn't something I'm able to do with every single thing. But what he says about not being in competitive mind, to me, this is almost a perfect clarification of what not to do. If you listen to Abe Hicks or whatever, and they tell you to be in a high vibe and you want to be in the vibration that creates with source. All of these thoughts that he's describing, I think a lot of people default to this, like they have to get something that's someone else's or that there's a limited supply. And so if you get something, it'll be taken from somebody else. That's the mentality that's where you don't want to be. It's the opposite of the mentality that creates everything. And I can tell you this is true. This is true, and I see it to this day. Anytime I have a problem getting something I want to come to fruition, thoughts that can fall into this category are at the heart of it or are playing a role in it. And sometimes things that you don't recognize necessarily as being scarcity are, like, for example, judgments on other people are often coming from scarcity. Bad feelings that you have towards other people are often coming from feeling like, deep down, feeling like they took something from you or that they got something that you can't get. It's, if you trace back almost any feelings of resistance, especially if they're in relation to other people, it comes down to that, even if it doesn't appear that way on the surface. So, when you get good at existing not in the state of competition, it feels really good, first of all. I mean, this idea that you have to compete for resources and like you said, drive a sharp bargain. It doesn't feel good to live that way. It's a difficult way to live. And so when you break out of that and you feel how good it feels to, live like this, and you start to see the benefits of this and you start to see it working, you can generally tell really quickly when you're back in competitive mind, scarcity mind, because you start feeling crappy. You start having that old feeling like, I can't get this. This feeling of creative mind is one of, I can get anything.
And it's a very distinct feeling, and you know when you're in it. And literally the way I would describe it, it's like a high vibe feeling. I don't even, I'm not even a big, I wasn't, high vibrations and like the stuff that Abraham Hicks talks about. That wasn't me. I wasn't into that, I'm more, I don't know. I don't know. I like things to be more practical seeming, I guess. But that's how I would describe it when I'm in that state where I am completely above the competitive mind, and I'm solely thinking creatively, and ideas are coming to me, which they do. When you get completely out of that, solutions start to present, ideas just come to you. It's amazing. And that to me, if I had to describe it in words, I would say it feels like you're vibrating with the source of everything. It's like you ask and it's given. And so this chapter, I don't know, I probably already said this about one of them so far. This might be the most important chapter in the entire book. If you stopped here, you could probably do a lot with just this. What else? Yeah, in the beginning he says, you must get rid of the last vestiges of the old idea that there's a deity whose will it is that you should be poor. You may find it difficult to think this way, because people have a lot of beliefs about things. This was pretty easy for me because I didn't have a lot of beliefs like that when I started. It hasn't been as easy for me with things that don't have to do with money. Like in the area of relationships, this was a lot harder. It was a lot harder to think this way, to think non-competitively, because as you get older, if you don't have a partner, there's that sense of time running out. That's scarcity. That's a perfect example. Time running out is a perfect example of scarcity mind, competition. That feeling, that's the feeling. You rise above that and you can see that it's not true. You can see that, the abundance is there, and that these constructs are just, illusions essentially. But so you might run into that. If you have a lot of issues with money, this could be an area where you're constantly having to turn your thoughts away from, the old thoughts of competition and opportunity being monopolized, and, the supply being limited, all of that. That's what you need to do is when you find yourself thinking that, you have to turn it away as soon as possible, because like he says, where does he say this? He says, in that moment you drop into competitive mind and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. So you got to get it back as soon as you can. This might be a push-pull type of thing for some people. And, also my YouTube channel is really addressing when you run into a wall with this, you're trying to change your thoughts to match up to this place where the things come to you, and they just keep going back. They just keep going back. You keep finding yourself coming back to this negative thought. And when that happens over and over again, the bottom line is that you might have to actually put some focus on that negative thing that you don't want to create, that you don't want to think about, for the purpose of unraveling why it is that you keep coming back to that. What belief is it that you keep coming back to? And where did it come from? Sometimes you just have to go and actually deal with it, because it comes up too often for you to comfortably shift your attention away from it, because you're just shifting your attention away from it all day. And that's where I think the idea of toxic positivity comes in. If you're constantly all day just like trying to stop thinking about something, where your work is. Your work is in resolving that thing, and then you can do this, rather than exhausting yourself just trying to be positive all the time when you don't feel that way. That's not a thing to do. So that's just something to consider. And also when he's talking about, Rockefeller, Carnegie, all these people that revolutionized, business and stuff back in the day when he was writing this, there's a lot of that, today too. People really feel this way about certain billionaires and stuff today that have done stuff that are, kind of controlling it, that have revolutionized the internet. It's the same thing with them. Focusing on them and feeling like they're going to take over the world. I can't find it. Where did he say? don't worry that they're taking over the world and they're cornering the supply. The same power which produced them will dispose of them. And just like he said with the Rockefellers and the Carnegies, it's well to bear in mind that they have never really been rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. You don't need to worry about it. And corrective, forces will come in and balance that out. And the same thing is that people that hate capitalism, he says in here, talking about Rockefellers, Carnegies, that essentially, they were unconscious agents of the supreme and the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry. And in the end, their work will contribute immensely towards increased life for all. These same capitalist pigs that everybody hates. I mean, this system has lifted so many people out of poverty. When you look at how people, especially in America, when you look at how people live today, even the poorest people are rich compared to even the people he's talking about in this day and age. It's crazy. Spending any time thinking about that is a waste. You can think about that when you're rich, when you've gotten money, when you've gotten whatever it is that you're trying to get. That's when, if at that point, from that vantage point, you feel the same, you can put your attention on that then. But, it's amazing how your perspective shifts as you get more money and you see how this works. As you see it play out in your life, you get a much deeper understanding of why things are the way they are, why people are where they are, how the thought and general state of mind of people is going to keep them wherever they are, regardless of laws that are passed or whatever you do. That becomes something that you really understand more deeply. So again, all of this just to say, clear your mind about money. You've got to focus on the abundance and the sense of certainty and all of that, and keep your mind out of these thoughts of competition and, other things that are really not necessary for you to move forward. You getting this is the important thing right now, and you can philosophize later. So that's all. I will be back with chapter 6 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 6 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary after. Chapter 6. How Riches Come to You. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you don't have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give every man more in cash value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you paid for it, but if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which in any civilized community is worth thousands of dollars. I take it to Baffin Bay, and by salesmanship induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no use value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him more furs, much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly, and if you are selling any man anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You do not have to beat anybody in business, and if you are in a business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give every man more in use value than you take from him in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, you must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages, but you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little every day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder, by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself, and given the opportunity, If he will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance, which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the supreme intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction, which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made. And it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men set in motion by desire and faith, and by acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want, and which you will use for the advancement of your own life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you, and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with the desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly trying to bring the harmony out of the keys. And I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, "I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right." The music in him was the urge of original substance, containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through men. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty, proclaim truth, wear fine clothes, and eat good foods. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite, seeking to express himself in you as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desires of God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain something of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as part of the plan, a necessity of nature. They have the idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of men must stay poor because there's not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be expressed in formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day, and he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So, after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold winter. Following the instructions given in his book, he obtained these things in a few months, and then it dawned on him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here, a room there, until it was complete in his mind as his ideal home. And then he planned his furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in a certain way and moving toward what he wanted, and he owns the house now and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he's going on to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. All right, so that was chapter 6, and I think I have kind of a lot to say about this one. I actually went back to my office and printed out a part of a lecture from Neville Goddard because I wanted to make a parallel here, a connection to this, because this seems to be a big, a highly debated thing with Neville is, does Neville agree with this, essentially, what Wallace Wattles says here about how to be, essentially. That there are some things that you should do. Neville, of course, says this as well. But people have debated whether or not, that's really necessary, whether or not Neville went back on that later in life, saying that it doesn't matter if you have any kind of moral code or any of that. So, before I get to that, again, in the first chapter, he says you don't have to drive any just because you don't have to drive sharp bargains doesn't mean you don't have to drive any bargains at all, or that you're above the necessity for having dealings with your fellow man. Again, this is like something that the modern manifestation community, I think, would say that's a limiting belief. It's good to have structure. It's good to have a way to look at a situation. Is this definitely true that you have to deal with your fellow man? I don't know. It's really irrelevant. And I'm really hoping that people aren't getting stuck on some of the more firm, absolute type statements that are in this book, because again, as I said in the first chapter or two, this is teaching you how to think. It's reorienting your mind, and you have to take it on faith and stop questioning everything in order for it to take and start creating the world for you. Okay, I'm just going to go to the Neville correlation here. He says, Wallace Wattles says, you can give to every man more than you take from him. He talks about how if the sewing machine is brought to you, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. And in the last chapter, chapter 5, he talks about getting out of the competitive mind, and you don't have to take anything from anyone else to get things. And basically you're creating from formless substance, not trying to manifest somebody else's stuff. That's the way you need to be looking at it. You may get something that once belonged to somebody else, but if you do, that will be increased to all. That will be good for you and good for them. And a lot of people in the Neville community are just like, oh, that doesn't matter, and I wanted to read this. So this is from Neville's lecture, The Secret of the Sperm, I believe. Yes, The Secret of the Sperm. Neville says, you don't devise the means, but there are so many little facets to this wonderful art of imagining. If one wants one thing above all things in this world, and they are willing to sacrifice their moral, ethical code, in fact, every code, it also works. That's why I warned you in my last book I could only acquaint you with the law and leave you to your choice and its risk. And I mean risk. I warn you, yes, you want something, and the thing that will fertilize it is your own wonderful human imagination. That's why we must become so extremely discriminating. Know what you want and do make it conform to your code of decency, your wonderful ethical code. You don't have to in any way tarnish that code. You don't, to get what you want in this world. But men are not aware of that, and they're quite willing to tarnish it a bit to get what they really want in this world. So here, the secret of the sperm is God's creative power. Now, don't be shocked if I tell you that sperm is only the symbol of Jesus Christ, for by him all things are made, and without him there is not anything that is made. In him is life. There is no other life. In him is life. Well, if I go into a place and suddenly it becomes animated, then I must be he. Prior to that, I thought he was on the outside, in some other place, and suddenly I find myself in a room and the room is sealed. Well, how did I get into it? You're told in the scripture he suddenly appeared among the disciples after the resurrection and the door was closed. That's a cue given to all of us. It's not a man, Jesus Christ. It's not a man. It's a supernatural power in man. That supernatural power is your own wonderful human imagination. If you're willing to believe it, you could today set out to transform your entire world, but above all things, become extremely selective. Don't just compromise. Don't. Extremely selective. The state is there. The tarnished state is there, and the untarnished state is there. Everything possible is there. So that to me sounds a lot like what he's saying about being very selective, about how you conduct your business. And of course, these are universal things he's talking about. It's not just about your business. Be very selective about what it is that you decide you want to manifest. That's the correlation with him and Neville. And I feel like the Neville community would really, really have an issue with a lot of things in this book. So I'm just trying to make the parallel so that you can see there's not a conflict between the two. It's just a matter of misinterpretation on the part of a lot of people. These guys are saying the same thing throughout all of their works. And so what I also wanted to say about this, two things. One, at the end of this book or this chapter, he said, he talks about the guy who was a very poor man living in a rented house, and he really couldn't grasp that he could ask largely. So he just got a few little things, and then, he got some more things, and that's a perfectly fine way to approach all of this. Although it's okay to really imagine everything big that you want. Just starting out small and focusing on the things that you can get right now, or focusing on the changes that you feel are within your reach or whatever is fine. Like he said here, once he saw how this worked, he went balls to the wall, as they say. He got the whole thing. He planned out the whole house and eventually got it. So that's fine. That's a fine way to approach it. I think I would say that's kind of how I approached it myself, just sort of a little at a time, and after 10 years had passed, I didn't even recognize my life anymore. It was so different. My mentality was so different. My actual physical surroundings so different. You wouldn't, it wasn't barely even the same person. And so then I just wanted to go back to, you can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can basically, of course, you can't take from your employees. You can't pay them more than the value they're bringing to your business. That's obvious. You would go out of business if you didn't make any money. So you can't pay them more than what they're bringing in. But like he said, you can have this basically set an example. Your philosophy and the way you conduct yourself and the way, you carry yourself can be that of an example for somebody. And also the way you approach the whole relationship. And this isn't just, again, it's just for somebody who wants a business. This is how you conduct yourself with everyone. You cannot be at the level of scarcity thinking I've got to get from this person. And this is more just a way of looking and looking at and feeling about something. And sometimes you can, like, for example, I have employees. I've always had employees, and this book is essentially my life credo. So as you can imagine, I have employees whose jobs, fair market value, getting paid for their jobs right now is probably, about $15 an hour. And I pay them more than twice that because, I can still advance, and they are being compensated in a way that I feel gets them used to, kind of hopefully, I'm hoping, elevates them out of that mentality of I'm a $15 an hour worker. That's what I want for them. That's this orientation towards things that this book is talking about. That seemed fairly obvious to me. And, just when talking to people, just talking to them in a way that holds a vision of them that is more than they are right now, having this impulse towards increase, This comes out in everything when you talk to people, and it's not just about business, it's with everybody else. Treat everybody else in your life like this. And you'll see how things change and how all of your interactions add to the world. And, also, because of my success with business and everything, it's part of the reason why I've made 400 videos on this YouTube channel. It's just a way of adding something, it's increase. And I know that by doing this, I've never done any of this for money in any way. And, I know it doesn't matter. I know that by doing this, I will receive even more than I'm giving. So it's just this general orientation towards things that really changes things and really starts this flow of everything to you. So I think that he covered a lot here. I think I've said what I wanted to say. And I'll leave it at that. And I will be back with chapter 7 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 7 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary at the end. Chapter 7, Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed to the reader the fact that the first step toward getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you will see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give some space to its discussion here, and give you instructions which, if you will follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance, from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It's easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is also easy to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme, when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind into closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it's true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking toward the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking the supply is limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind and thankful praise to the Supreme is a liberation or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it is addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement toward you. Draw nigh unto God, and He will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will always be toward you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took, how He always seemed to be saying, I thank Thee, Father, that Thou hearest me. You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future, Without gratitude, you cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, and the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of these things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith, and every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith. And without a living faith, you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary, then, to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you, and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and he is going right on with his work. There is not the least doubt that he will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold, they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. So that's chapter 7. I don't have a lot to say about this, other than that this chapter really isn't, none of these chapters are just about business, but this one especially just applies across the board, and it's a practice. And, if you're naturally blessed with a little bit of gratitude, like, for example, when I go to bed at night, assuming there's not some big bad thing happening in my life, that's distracting me, I generally feel this late at night. When I get into bed, I feel so grateful for my bed. I know I had a little bit of a mental shift at one point when I donated some money to a project that they were doing in Africa, where they were actually just giving money to people to see what they would spend it on. That was the whole purpose of it. I donated some money to this, and I was just blown away when I was reading the stories. All they did was give money to people and then report what they did with it. And so many people bought a mattress. I want to cry just thinking about it. So many people in this area of Africa, the first thing they did was take this money, which ended up, I think they were given maybe $500 or $1,000, which was just an enormous amount of money. They bought mattresses and they bought like roofs, so they weren't getting rained on. That was a major, sort of a major kind of gratitude awakening point. I remember that night, I, somehow had never considered that people in the world were sleeping on straw and it being rained on at night, thanks to my vantage point of being, an American. And now every night, literally, almost every night when I get in bed and I lay down, I'm like, this bed is so comfortable. Thank God for this. And it's just a feeling that washes over me. And this is a practice because I don't do that with everything in my life. And there are plenty of things I'm not grateful for that I should be. So this really is just something, this is sort of a lifelong thing. Start incorporating this, and what he says is true. That feeling, and it's not just saying or writing, I am grateful for my health. I am grateful, blah, blah, blah. It's actually feeling the feeling of gratitude. Feeling is the secret, as our friend Neville said. And Neville also, incidentally, just randomly here, he also talks about falling asleep in a feeling. Falling asleep in the feeling of gratitude is a great thing to incorporate into your life. There's no downside. There's no downside to doing this, practicing this, trying it. So, hopefully this is something that you can just do and take it on faith, like he says. So I'll be back with chapter 8 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 8 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary at the end. Chapter 8, Thinking in the Certain Way. Turn back to chapter 6 and read again the story of the man who formed a mental image of his house, and you will get a fair idea of the initial step towards getting rich. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it, and many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everyone has those desires also. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port towards which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face toward it at all times. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. These things are well enough, but all you need to know is what you want and to want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture, but no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do not really care about which require effort to fix your attention upon. And unless you really want to get rich so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directed to the purpose as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease and make them work. The more clear and definite you make your picture then, and the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be, and the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that is all you do, you are only a dreamer and will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house mentally until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination just as you will use them when they are in your tangible possession. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership toward everything in that picture. Take possession of it in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in a preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it has taken form. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. He will cause the creation of whatsoever he wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for the things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, said Jesus to his pupils. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things before ye ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desire for the things which make for a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress this whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want, and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that ye receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving once you have clearly formed your vision. When you have formed it, it is well to make an oral statement addressing the supreme and reverent prayer, and from that moment you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house. Wear the fine clothes. Ride in the automobile. Go on the journey and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all the things you have asked for in terms of actual present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer and castle builder. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of the imagination which make the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. So that is chapter 8. And this chapter has my favorite line in the entire book. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port towards which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face toward it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. That, for me, creates a mental image. It creates an image of essentially sailing towards your desired outcome, your thing that you want to manifest, and constantly keeping it in front of you and positioning yourself toward it mentally. There's not a lot more to that. If that sounds confusing, there's not a lot more than that than just kind of imagining yourself doing that. If you imagine this thing you want as a sure thing that you're sailing towards, you can literally imagine yourself as a ship and your desire as the port and sailing toward it. I mean, these are the kinds of things that sound a little silly, but actually keep you oriented in the right direction and keep you focused on something. This also, this chapter is also about specificity. I just made a video on my YouTube, or just posted a video on my YouTube channel recently about specificity, because Neville Goddard, of course, also talks about being specific about what you want. But there is a nuance here. You can get too specific. And when you start adding details to a desire that aren't really things you want, you start to interfere with what he said here about how you don't, when you really want something, you don't have to make a special effort to remember that you want it. It's with you when you really want something, when you're really trying to get something in your life. And I personally have found the more add-ons to it that I have, the less clear it becomes. When it's my true desire and it's only made up of things I really want, it is crystal clear and very easy to keep in mind in the way that he describes here. And I wanted to say also, when he talks about desire, and Neville Goddard talks about desire, they both talk about this in the same way. They talk about desire as, being something that's burning, something that you really want. And, but they also both talk about having this unwavering faith. And when you want something and you have total faith that you're going to get it, that it changes the feeling of the desire from something that is lack. It's a feeling of lack that comes, has a feeling of despair with it. It changes it into something that is much higher on the scale of feeling. It turns it into a sort of a feeling of elation. It's a completely different feeling when you truly have the faith that you're going to have something. And I think that's important. That's important. If you have this desire, this strong desire that you're thinking about all the time, but you don't have that faith, it's a different story. That's a different directive. Creates a different outer reality. So behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it. When he says the purpose, he means the intention. It's not just a dream. It's not just something that you lay in bed thinking about at night. It's something that you actually have that impulse of intention to create. And you have to hold that intention and remind yourself of that intention. If you're, that's what you have to keep there in the forefront of your mind, is this vision, this intention, and this faith. That's the magic three components that actually make something happen. Behind this purpose, behind this intention, must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand and you have only to take possession of it. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. And the more faith you have, the more intention you have, and the more this feeling that you have towards it is one of no lack, one of total certainty, the acting in the certain way, the faster and easier this stuff comes to you. That's without a doubt. And he also says in here, this is, I think, something of note. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. That truly is one of these secret little, I'd almost call it a technique if I hadn't come to despise that term so much, thanks to the Neville Goddard community. Living in that sense of gratitude, being thankful, actually feeling the feeling of gratitude. That's sort of the opposite of the desire without the faith. The desire with the faith, with the intention, that brings up that sort of really high feeling, and that feeling is gratitude. That's how you could experience it mentally. So that's something that you can do, is actually feel grateful for the things that are to come. So that is all I have to say about this chapter. I will be back with chapter 9 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 9 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary at the end. Chapter 9, How to Use the Will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There is no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his own good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person, in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God, and would be foolish and useless, as well as irreverent. You do not have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity, or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you, and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will in getting what you want, to use it in holding yourself to the right course. Use your will to keep yourself thinking and acting in the certain way. Do not try to project your will or your thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose, and use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you will get rich, because you will only make positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving towards its realization. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred toward bringing into being that which you want. All force begins to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move toward you. The minds of people everywhere are influenced toward doing the thing necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science and getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spent in giving heed to doubt and fears, every hour you spent in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief. Now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts. And as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about, it is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use, for it is by your will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. Health is never to be attained by studying disease and thinking about disease. Righteousness is not to be promoted by studying sin and thinking about sin. And no one ever got rich by studying poverty and thinking about poverty. Medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics, as a study of poverty, will fill the world with wretchedness and want. Do not talk about poverty. Do not investigate it or concern yourself with it. Never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. Do not spend your time in charitable work or charity movements. All charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate. I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind and refuse to hear the cry of need. But you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. Put poverty behind you and put all that pertains to it behind you and make good. Get rich. That is the best way you can help the poor. And you cannot hold the mental image which is to make you rich if you fill your mind with pictures of poverty. Do not read books or papers which give circumstantial accounts of the wretchedness of the tenement dwellers, of the horrors of the child labor, and so on. Do not read anything which fills your mind with gloomy images of want and suffering. You cannot help the poor in the least by knowing about these things, and the widespread knowledge of them does not tend at all to do away with poverty. What tends to do away with poverty is not the getting of pictures of poverty into your mind, but getting pictures of wealth into the minds of the poor. You are not deserting the poor in their misery when you refuse to allow your mind to be filled with pictures of that misery. Poverty can be done away with, not by increasing the number of well-to-do people who think about poverty, but by increasing the number of poor people who propose with faith to get rich. The poor do not need charity. They need inspiration. Charity only sends them a loaf of bread to keep them alive in their wretchedness, or gives them an entertainment to make them forget for an hour or two. But inspiration will cause them to rise out of their misery. If you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. The only way in which poverty will ever be banished from this world is by getting a large and constantly increasing number of people to practice the teachings of this book. People must be taught to become rich by creation, not by competition. Every man who becomes rich by competition throws down behind him the ladder by which he rises and keeps others down. But every man who gets rich by creation opens a way for thousands to follow him and inspires them to do so. You are not showing hardness of heart or an unfeeling disposition when you refuse to pity poverty, see poverty, read about poverty, or think or talk about it, or to listen to those who do talk about it. Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. So that was chapter 9. And there are a few things of note in this chapter, I think, just some things to point out for those of you who are Neville people or who came from reading Neville Goddard. This, I think, explains in a way why it is that I think the use of this type of intention on specific people or getting specific people to do specific things, I think he concisely nails it here. He basically starts by saying, you can't do this to other people. It's essentially no different than slavery if you do this. And the impulse to essentially enslave another person, that's a creative impulse. That's an impulse coming from you that will also create other things like it that you will not enjoy. Not to mention, it's just kind of an offensive place to be where you don't see anything wrong with the enslavement of other people. And then, people generally rebut this notion of there being anything wrong with that by saying, well, yeah, but, it says in the same thing in Neville. He basically says, in many places that people will be compelled to help you. But the thing is, there's a difference between you directly compelling somebody to do something, if you can even manage to make that happen, and the divine, the order, the thing that orchestrates everything for you, impelling that person to do something. Because it's quite, do I have to explain that? There's a difference between your low-level human mind and the mind of the divine that can see a million chess moves and coordinate all the chess moves for everybody. So, I don't need a lot more than this to accept that you have no right to use your willpower on other people to try to impel them to do things. If what you want is a partner, there's nothing wrong with intending to manifest a partner, but to apply that to a specific partner and to start to try to impel them to do things to be what you want, or to be, to change into something for you, that I'm not sure that I'm not sure it's even honestly at this point my place to attempt to put into words why that is a problem. That might just be something that, if it's not immediately understood, will just have to be experienced and figured out by the individual. But this works for me. This is coercing God. It would be foolish and useless. You're not required to do this. Anything that you want, you can have. And when it comes to a person, that's the only place where it seems, Neville Goddard says, leave other people alone. They're just messengers telling you what you are. It's one thing if you want to change yourself, and then, see if naturally somebody who you want to be with then wants to be with you. But using this, in my opinion, to attempt to exert your will on another person is, it's probably not going to get you what you want. I don't think we see too much success with that anywhere in the manifestation space. We just don't see a lot of success with that. We do see a lot of obsession, depression, frustration, lost time, missed opportunity to work on self. So that's one thing that he said here. And the other thing of note, a couple other things. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about. This is true. If you do the Emmett Fox 7-day mental diet, you'll be amazed at how much time you are allowing yourself to dwell on things that aren't productive for you, that aren't healthy for you, that aren't beneficial to you, aren't doing any good for you. It's just sort of a waste of energy, and you run the very real risk of recreating something that you're dwelling on mentally that's negative in your actual reality. So that's where the work is. That's where the will comes into play. It's in controlling your thoughts. It's in continuing to have this purpose, this intention, this faith, keeping this thing in your mind. That's the use of the will. And at the end, this whole part about poverty, really couldn't be more true. The best way that you can help others is by making the most of yourself, being small, being unable to help, being unable to influence. That's not going to help you. It's not going to get you anywhere. So really, the best thing that you could do for everybody in the world and yourself is to get money, get what you want. If it's not a business, if it's not money, there's no benefit, there's no merit to just remaining in the state of being unsatisfied. So that's the best way that you can help everybody else. Even if you've done something bad, even if you feel undeserving, even if you feel like, just maybe you have too much privilege while others in the world are suffering. And so you don't want to get even more, just understand that there's you as the custodian of resources. If you are concerned with people that are in poverty or people that are suffering, you being a custodian of more resources means that you have more ability to influence and help them, and to become an example to them, mainly, first and foremost. So that's all I've got to say about chapter 9, and I will be back with chapter 10 soon. Hey guys, this is chapter 10 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have commentary at the end. Chapter 10, Further Use of the Will. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you are constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature if you have had them. Do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. What can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end. Do not read the writings of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it is going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil. It is going to God. It is a wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable, but what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? No matter how horrible and seeming may be the conditions in certain countries, sections, or places, you waste your time and destroy your own chances by considering them. You should interest yourself in the world's becoming rich. Think of the riches the world is coming into instead of the poverty it is growing out of, and bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through the creative method, not the competitive one. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think and speak of them as those who are becoming rich, as those who are to be congratulated rather than pitied. Then they and others will catch the inspiration and begin to search for the way out. Because I say that you are to give your whole time and mind and thought to riches, it does not follow that you are to be sordid or mean. To become really rich is the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other men, but when we come into creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by way of getting rich. All is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on your getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence. And only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best where there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences, and those are to be found only where riches are attained by the exercise of creative thought, without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches, to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life, ever moving toward fuller expression and more complete happiness. It is the truth that there is no such thing as poverty, that there is only wealth. Some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them, and these can be best taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. Others are poor because, while they feel there is a way out, they are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way and travel it. And for these, the very best thing you can do is to arouse their desire by showing them the happiness that comes from being rightly rich. Others still are poor because while they have some notion of science, they have become so swamped and lost in the maze of metaphysical and occult theories that they do not know which road to take. They try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. For these, again, the very best thing to do is to show the right way in your own person and practice. An ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself. You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich. That is, if you get rich by the creative method and not by the competitive one. Another thing, we assert that this book gives in detail the principles of the science of getting rich, and if that is true, you do not need to read any other book on the subject. This may sound narrow and egotistical, but consider, there is no more scientific method of computation in mathematics than by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. No other method is possible. There can be but one shortest distance between 2 points. There is only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think in the way that leads by the most direct and simple route to the goal. No man has yet formulated a briefer or less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. When you commence on this, lay all others aside. Put them out of your mind altogether. Read this book every day, keep it with you, commit it to memory, and do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you will begin to have doubts and to be uncertain and unwavering in your thought. And then you will begin to make failures. After you have made good and become rich, you may study other systems as much as you please, but until you are quite sure that you have gained what you want, do not read anything on this line but this book, unless it be the authors mentioned in the preface. And read only the most optimistic comments on the world's news, those in harmony with your picture. Also, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. It is very likely that the dead still live and are near, but if they are, let them alone. Mind your own business. Wherever the spirits of the dead may be, they have their own work to do and their own problems to solve, and we have no right to interfere with them. We cannot help them. It is very doubtful whether they can help us, or whether we have any right to trespass upon their time, if they can. Let the dead and the hereafter alone. Solve your own problem. Get rich. If you begin to mix with the occult, you will start mental cross-currents which will surely bring your hopes to a shipwreck. Now, this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statements of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind against all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. So that's chapter 10. In the beginning, we hear the same thing. We hear something that's very similar to Neville Goddard, which is to stop telling the old story, kill the old man, etc. Don't focus on your past. Don't think about what's brought you to the point you're at right now when you're trying to change. When you're trying to change your mind, don't spend any time on that. You'll know if and when you need to confront your past when you start hitting roadblocks with being unable to change your mind. Then and only then should you start to dig up the past, and again, you'll know if you need to do that. It'll be obvious. You'll have a lot of success using what's in this book for everything where you don't need to do that. So it'll be really obvious. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence. I think this is where certain types of people get hung up, is feeling like, again, like in the first chapters where he's saying you have to let go of this idea that there's something noble about not being rich. I can tell you from personal experience that solving the survival issues in life are what free you up to actually start to think about things, from a higher perspective, and to be, have the time to talk about it and have time to think about it, and do something like make a YouTube channel where you make 400 videos about what all this means to you and what it's meant in your life. So that's definitely true. And of course, he says, if your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best where there is refinement, a high level of thought, freedom from corrupting influences. I don't know if this book is what got me set on this path, or if I already was thinking this, but part of the big drive for me, even though domestic bliss was always my biggest desire, I never wanted to fight about money. I never wanted to have money problems interfere with what otherwise might be happiness in that area. So this was a major driving force for me. And, where I really started to take off and shoot forward with my own personal business was when I thought, it was going to provide that for me. So, you can allow this to be a major motivator if what you want is love and happiness. This will do nothing but assist you in that. It solves so many problems when there are no money issues at all in a relationship, in your home environment with your spouse or your children. That is an entirely different way of living. It opens up all that space for good stuff to happen, and so much less worry. So it really is, when it comes to love being your number one desire, this is right in line with that. What he's saying is true. It is the most freeing thing in that area to not have any survival issues ever be a concern of any kind. He says some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them, and these can best be taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. This is just like when you're growing up and your parents, you learn from your parents' example more than anything. And we get some good things, we get some bad things, but there is nothing like setting an example. And becoming everything in this book is what will help others the most. People need this as an example to see, so that they can see what they can become. It's if helping other people is a major drive for you, you can do nothing better than making the most of yourself. Without ever saying a word, you influence other people. You're an example for other people, and all of the icons that we look up to, there's a reason for that. We learn from other people. We get an idea of what we can be from other people. And he says, others are poor while they feel that there is a way out. They are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way. The mental effort is what creates all of the physical effort in the world. Everyone's had the experience of putting forth physical effort towards something without being on board mentally, and how that is just a futile slog. You can do it for a little while, but eventually the mental state always wins. So he's right here. The mental effort, putting forth the mental effort to get into and stay into this state he's talking about, it's the bottom line. And he says in the next paragraph, people are poor because they try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. We see this everywhere in the manifesting space, just people floating around from thing to thing to thing. The focus and honing in on any one thing is going to be more effective than watching YouTube channels all over the place, getting everybody's opinion on everything. And he says an ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. That we know is true. You could sit around philosophizing all day, and that's what most people do. Most people are just thinking. They're not actually doing. They're not acting. And by acting, I mean putting forth the mental work to do what he's saying, even to just get a clear picture of what it is that they want. Even that is work sometimes. So you have to be willing to take the first step. He says, no man has yet formulated a briefer or less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. That is what I love about this book. There's no garbage in here. If you just take on the philosophy, you will absolutely be successful. I've read a lot of stuff at this point, especially over the last 5 years since I sort of had a mini retirement in a way. And I've never found anything that comes near this book. This book is everything you need and nothing that you don't, as far as I can tell. Get rich first, philosophize after. So that's about it for chapter 10, and I will be back soon with chapter 11. Hey guys, this is chapter 11 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and have some comments at the end. Chapter 11, Acting in the Certain Way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force, which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action. We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage to be possible, in which man can create directly from formless substance, without nature's processes or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled toward you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the roads seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, men's affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other men's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you, and you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things, animate and inanimate, work to bring you what you want, but your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity, nor to steal it. You must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is wasted effort and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought and getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for more life that you have, and this vision received from you sets all the creative forces at work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed toward you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things you have in your picture and put them in their proper places as they arrive. You can readily see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of other men who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other man what is his. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into Fortunatus's purse, which shall be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich, right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who, consciously or unconsciously, set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past. and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not here yet, and yet you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you will never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there never will be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You cannot act where you are not. You cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can only act where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try by occult or mystical means to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment before you act. Get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you are now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart, with all your strength, and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold on to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new thing to do or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step toward getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past, but you are to begin now to perform these actions in the certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, do not wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you are misplaced. No man was ever so misplaced but that he could find the right place, and no man ever became so involved in the wrong business but that he could get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business, with the purpose to get into it, and the faith that you will get into it and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the Supreme to move the right business toward you, and your action, if performed in the certain way, will cause you to move toward the business. If you are an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion to bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind to all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. That he may receive what he wants when it comes, man must act now upon the people and things in his present environment. So basically what Wallace Wattles is saying here is that what you need to do is take this on right now. You don't wait until the thing that you're trying to get happens to then start to behave in the certain way and think in the certain way. You take this on and you carry this energy, this faith, this purpose, meaning intention, and this vision. You carry it with you all the time, and every action that you take is sort of saturated with that all the time. You don't wait to do things. You do it now. You don't put off taking on this mentality till later. You take it on now, and you don't set it aside while you're at your shitty job that you hate, or whatever, you're in the shitty relationship you don't want to be in, or you're in the shitty physical state you don't want to be in, whatever it is for you. You don't do this in a sweet hour of prayer, like he said in the last chapter. You pray without ceasing. You keep this with you all the time. You don't quit your job necessarily. You take this vibe with you to work. You take this feeling with you, and you keep this with you all the time. So when you're doing your job at work, it's with the feeling that you're going to be doing what you want soon, not with the feeling of dejection about how much you hate your job right now, or about how much it needs to be different, or anything like that. That's you don't put any of your thought on how much you hate your current job, or anything like that. Whatever it is in your life, you just essentially begin to exist in this state, and all the actions that you take, which you take actions all day long, every day, you act from this state. You act from the state of mind. You act with this vision, purpose, and faith all the time. And that starts now. It doesn't start later. It doesn't start when something changes. It doesn't start when you feel like you're starting to get the thing you want. It doesn't start once the thing is already here. It starts now, and that's how it eventually comes to you. And action is a really, this is another thing that's debated in the manifestation community. I'm a person that always takes all the actions that I possibly can. If I'm in a situation, I want it to be different, and I see things, I perceive things that I interpret to, be things that I could do to essentially further this process. I do them. I do as many things like that as I can, not necessarily because they are things that you have to do or that will necessarily play into what ends up happening, but because it's part of this overall general state for me. It's part of the certain way. It's just part, that's just a part of how this has worked its way into my habitual thinking. And that's right for me, whether it's right for you, whether it's necessary. He doesn't say anything in this chapter, and I'm going chapter by chapter here. This is an interesting experience for me. I'm rereading this carefully for the first time in many years. But I don't know if in the chapters coming up, he talks about more action that you should take. I think he does. But whether or not you need to take an action, or whether you don't have to lift a finger, the way Neville Goddard says, Neville Goddard is certainly on board with this whole chapter. It's this, the basic gist of this is you take the state on now. You take this mentality on now, where you are in your present circumstances, whether they're bad or good, you take them on now. And whatever it is you have to do today from your present circumstances, you do it in the certain way. The certain way being with the vision of what you want, the intention to get it, and the absolute unwavering faith that you will. And it changes how you are in the world. So that is it for this chapter for me. And I will be back soon with chapter 12. Hey guys, this is chapter 12 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text, and I have a little bit of commentary at the end. Chapter 12, Efficient Action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no man is larger than his present place, who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no man quite filled his present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are a dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is toward degeneration. No society could advance if every man was smaller than his place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the functions of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends on your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure, and it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich, while if every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today and you do not do it, you have failed insofar as that thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine. You cannot foresee the result of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do every day all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork, nor to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Every act is, in itself, either a success or failure. Every act is, in itself, either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure, and if you spend your life doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you, if all your actions are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself, and if every act in your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If now it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you will see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The matter turns then on the question whether you can make each separate act a success in itself, and this you certainly can do. You can make each act a success because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. Power is at your service, and to make each act efficient, you have only to put power into it. Every action is either strong or weak, and when every one is strong, you are acting in the certain way which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of the mind in one place and at one time, and they act in another place and at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes. Your progress toward what you want and the progress of what you want toward you will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man begins to move toward larger life, more things attach themselves to him, and the influence of his desire is multiplied. Do every day all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace, I do not mean to say that it is necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon your memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you will get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance that in your working hours, you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us again repeat our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statements, bring it to the point we have now reached. There is a thinking stuff, from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and do, with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. So that's chapter 12. And my commentary from chapter 11 was basically, I remembered that this was in here and what it said. It's basically the same thing. This is not about what actions you're taking. This is about the spirit with which you're taking actions. This isn't about, doing one thing one time of the day and then another thing another time of the day. This is taking on a state. This, to use Neville Goddard terms, this is taking on thinking from and acting from the state of having the thing that you want. And I really like how Wallace puts this. You just do, every single action you take throughout the day, you do it with this picture never far from your mind, this idea of what you want never far from your mind. And every single action you take with the purpose, the intention, and the faith that you are moving in that direction, like you're the ship sailing toward the port. And just letting it permeate your entire life, truly. And for those of you who don't have issues with money, who don't have problems with this, like strong reservations, if you're able to get past, whatever little reservations you have about money, I can tell you, I'm giving you testimony right now, by saturating yourself with this, you can flow right to all the things that are going to make you a ton of money, whether it's a business or a job or something else. This is spot on. This is what does it. This chapter is important. What did he say? Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it. Literally, if you're answering phones at a telemarketing company, every single thing you do in your day as a telemarketer can be a strong and efficient action leading you towards something better. As long as you are holding this feeling with you, this faith, this intention, which is a feeling. Intention is a strong feeling. And this picture in your mind, this destination in your mind. So that's all I've got to say about that. I'll be back with chapter 13 shortly. Hey guys, this is chapter 13 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text and then have some commentary at the end. Chapter 13, Getting into the Right Business. Success in any particular business depends for one thing upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability, but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with men who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you will do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted, but there are limitations to this statement also. No man should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent for it, you can develop that talent. It merely means that you will have to make your tools as you go along, instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state, but you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any rudimentary talent, and there is no talent of which you have not at least the rudiment. You will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music, seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent seeking expression and development. Where there is no power, either developed or undeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right way. All things else being equal, it is best to select a business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You are not obliged to do what you do not like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do, but you can make the doing of it pleasant by knowing that it is making it possible for you to come to the doing of what you want to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane. there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one place is taken, another and a better one will be opened for you a little farther on. There is plenty of time. When you are in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose. And by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life, if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily, or from acting in fear or doubt, or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in the certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you will need to be very steady in your faith and purpose, and to keep in close touch with the All-Mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. So that's chapter 13. And when I was reading through this, a story from Neville Goddard came to mind that I've read a lot of Neville Goddard, and it just feels like The Science of Getting Rich fills in all of these gaps, these little missing things, these little questions that are left unanswered directly by Neville Goddard, or at least not not laid out in a straightforward way like Wallace Wattles does here. I'm reminded of this story where Neville recounts a pair, I think it was a husband and wife, who bought a tract of land, some large piece of land that had a big building on it, and they bought the building and the land, and they were doing whatever they do with the real estate. And they had this large piece of land that they really wanted a building on. They wanted to build an apartment building. And so the story essentially just leads you through all of the times where they refused to lift a finger. They essentially imagined the building. They imagined being in it. They did everything Neville says about, imagining things, and what Wallace Wattles says about imagining all the details. They spent their leisure time contemplating the details of this building that they wanted. And then opportunities came to them, sort of. They didn't have any money to build this property that they wanted to have. They really had no way of getting it. They had no way really of borrowing it. They just couldn't do it. And so somehow, the way the story plays out is that they are visited by a contractor multiple times. Multiple times they could have acted and tried to make something happen, and his offer just kind of kept getting better and better. He offered to do it for a certain amount or something. They just said no. They didn't have the money. They said, no, we're not going to lift a finger. And eventually the whole thing was financed for them, and they basically didn't have to lift a finger. And this whole building gets built, and then at the end, they're basically in it and they didn't have to do anything. But what I always thought was funny about this, people point to that story sometimes as evidence that you don't have to lift a finger, which, there's a story where nobody lifted a finger. But the thing that everybody seems to forget about that story is that these people were already in the position to do that. They were already real estate developers. They already owned a property. They were already in the right business, essentially. So like when Wallace Wattles is talking in the first couple chapters about, being in the right business that you're already suited to and everything, and being in the right vocation. And I thought of that story because I've just always thought that's funny. It's like, well, they didn't have to lift a finger in this instance, but it wasn't like they were living on the street in a refrigerator box, and they just dreamed up this building existing. They were already in the position to make it happen. They were already there. They were ready to receive it. They just didn't have the money, the finances to do it. They already knew how to run a business like that. They already were in that field. Basically, the one thing missing was the way to get this thing. They had already done all the prep work. They were already right in the right position. And that is something that, I'm not sure. It's been a little bit since I've read Neville now. I'm not sure if he really talks about that. It wasn't my impression that he did. That was one thing that, during my Neville phase, that I always would remember this from The Science of Getting Rich and think, yeah, man, this is being left out. Like this is sort of a gap in this, is sort of being prepared to receive the thing that you want to get by being in the right business, by having already gotten, into the place that you want to be, by developing your talents or whatever, what he was saying in here. Learning how to use the tools, being in the right position. That might have been a better comment for the last chapter. But here it is. He says, "You are not obliged to do what you don't like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the things you want to do." And this goes back to the chapter on efficient action. If you're efficient action, if you're engaged in something you don't like to do, the way to get out of it, the way to move forward from it, is to overfill your position, like he was saying. Become larger than you are in that position by having this vision in mind, by having the faith to create it, by having the intention to create it, and by taking every action in this thing you don't like doing with this spirit about you. He says, "Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. You will know in your gut. You will know in your gut. You will know whether or not the feeling that you have in your body, you can learn easily, I think, to discern whether that is a gut feeling telling you to go for it or a nervous feeling telling you to not go for it. It's a sensation, and that's what he's talking about. You'll know. You'll know. What does he say? A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you'll make no mistake when you act. This way of being, doing everything with this spirit, go as fast as you can, but never hurry. This is just a really peaceful way to live. And when you get into this creator mind instead of this competitive mind, a whole range of, I want to say feelings, but it's more like body sensation reactions to things that are happening disappear. They become a way of knowing what's going on. If you have any of these feelings, you will instantly know you're doing the wrong thing. And you'll instantly know you're doing the right thing because you'll just have this feeling in your body that you are. And I think that's what he's referencing here. In saying that when you're in touch with the creator, when you're basically co-creating with the creator, you'll know it. You'll know what actions to take. And the sure sign will always be there in the form of a gut feeling, for lack of a better way of putting it. So that is all I have to say about chapter 13. I'll be back shortly with chapter 14. Hey guys, this is chapter 14 of The Science of Getting Rich, and I will read the text and then have commentary at the end. Chapter 14, The Impression of Increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business in which you are now engaged. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with other men, whether personally or by letter, the key thought of all your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and all women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them, seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure. Increase in something. More life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement. Where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. Man instinctively knows this, and hence he is forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or a reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way, as described in the foregoing pages, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this. And convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact, no matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child. Put into it the thought of increase, and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing man, and that you advance all who deal with you, even to the people whom you meet in a social way, without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything. Give the thought of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you yourself are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality, and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich, and that in so doing, you are making others rich and conferring benefits to all. Do not boast or brag of your success or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you, they will get an increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase. And the Supreme, which desires increase in all and which knows all, will move toward you men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you will be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation, if you desire to do so. But in doing all this, you must never lose sight of your vision of what you want, or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me here give you another word of caution in regard to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions, this not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over others. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master. to sit in the high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good, to which he calls his disciples. Look out for temptation to seek for authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men. And indeed, when you fall into the world's struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware of the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. So that was chapter 14, and one of the notes I made here in my margin was about the paragraph where he is talking about giving the impression of increase to basically everybody you deal with in business, but everybody everywhere, because this is universal for creating anything, not just a business. He says, you are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact, no matter how small the transaction, even if it's only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child. One of the things I love in the book, The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success by Deepak Chopra, is one of the things that he tells you to do, which is this. Basically, one of the things that you do to get increase to come to you, to get money to come to you in abundance, is every time you interact with somebody, this is from Deepak, you give them a gift. So if you can give them something, a thing, then you do, even if it's only a flower, he says. Or if you can't even afford a flower, then all you do is give them a thought of increase. You could literally, every person you meet, you could literally think, as you're with them or as you're leaving them, I wish you increase. I wish for this person to be blessed with everything. That's the impression of increase. And when you habituate that, it changes you. It changes you. And he says here, you can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you yourself are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. So it radiates off of you. That's the other thing. Even if you don't do anything, even if you don't intentionally do something, which for me personally, between this book and the 7 Spiritual Laws of Success, which was another one that I read back in the day, anytime you can give to somebody else with this understanding that more life for all is more life for you and vice versa. Anytime you can give somebody else increase in some way, whether you give them something or you help them with something, you're sending out this message. You're essentially, you're just putting out this. I always thought of it as, this is the way that I would word it to myself. I'm like, I am indicating to the universe that I am somebody who can handle this. And, whether you believe there's any universe listening or that's not relevant. The point is essentially I was demonstrating to myself by taking that action, whatever the action is, whatever the action would be, that I am ready to handle more and I'm doing this the right way. And, that type of thing. And to me, that's very powerful. You can feel it after the fact. You can feel this feeling like you're getting somewhere. It increases your faith. It increases the feeling that you're actually in that state that gets everything. And eventually, the present moment turns into the present moment where you have all the stuff that you want, little by little, and you enjoy the journey along the way. So that was the first part I wanted to say. The second, the last half of this chapter is, he talks about seeking power over other men. If you're able to rise out of that, do that as quickly as you can. Nothing good comes of this. Nothing good comes of that. And when you are outside of when you're large, I don't want to claim that I'm completely above competition. I'm not, obviously. But when you spend most of your time outside of competitive mind in the way he defines it, the things other people do start to look different to you. And you can see how even the people that seem like they're winning are actually miserable and are playing this game that nobody can ever really win. And if you're in this frame of mind where, you long to be the one in charge, you long to be the one on top with everybody else beneath you, if you can get out of that, great. If not, it might be one of those roadblocks that I've talked about on my YouTube channel. You might have to explore why it is that you need that you feel that you want that. There are usually reasons for that, and sometimes they have to be cleaned out. But I can certainly say, from my observation and experience, that what he says here is true. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. You can't really master your environment and yourself if you're coming from that point of view. It's a prerequisite to be free from that. So whether you can do that or not, that's for you to think about. It is definitely, it's not optional. It might be optional when it comes to succeeding financially on the competitive plane, like he says, but to succeed on the creative plane where you become a creative center, as he was saying, you can't be coming from the competitive mind. You just can't. That's this low level of animal competition and the power struggles that are so familiar. And the idea is to rise above that and become a creator, somewhere in the level of source. So that's all I've got to say about chapter 14. I will be back soon with chapter 15. Hey guys, this is chapter 15 of The Science of Getting Rich, and I will read the text first and then have commentary after. Chapter 15, The Advancing Man. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional man and the wage earner as to the man who is engaged in mercantile business. No matter whether you are a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase of life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you, and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer, and who works toward the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teachings of this book than the practitioner of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them, and may be reached by all alike. The advancing man in medicine, who holds to a clear mental image of himself as successful, and who obeys the laws of faith, purpose, and gratitude, will cure every curable case he undertakes, no matter what remedies he may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergyman who can teach his hearers the true science of abundant life. He who masters the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, and of winning love, and who teaches these details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and men will hear it gladly and will give liberal support to the man who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who in their own persons will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be rich, healthy, great, and beloved to teach us how to attain these things. And when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. He will never be out of a job. And any teacher who has this faith and purpose can give it to his pupils. He cannot help giving it to them if it is part of his own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate man, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action I have described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this as true of his case as of any of the others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement. Where wages are small and the cost of living is high, form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do all the work that you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer in the hope that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. It is not likely that they will do so. The man who is merely a good workman, filling his place to the very best of his ability, and satisfied with that, is valuable to his employer, and it is not to the employer's interest to promote him. He is worth more where he is. To secure advancement, something more is necessary than to be too large for your place. The man who is certain to advance is the one who is too big for his place and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether foreman, fellow worker, or social acquaintance, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Men will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in a certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get onto the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousand of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trust can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are now is presented and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step toward a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the man who is living the advancing life. It is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos that all things shall be for him and work together for his good. And he must certainly get rich if he acts and thinks in the certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. So that's chapter 15. And again, this chapter is really persuading you to move your attention away from lack and put it onto abundance. Move it away from all the reasons that you have that you will fail and focus on this feeling of success and carry it with you all the time. If you're in one of these groups that, specifically right now, I'm thinking of the people that are in their 20s right now who want to buy a house and the housing prices are insane. And, I see this all over the place, that there's just no opportunity for people to to get things that they want, like that there's a societal keeping down of a certain group of people. Turn your attention away from this. If what you want is to buy a house and have enough money for that, you know what you want, and that's what to keep in mind with the intention of having it and the faith that you will have it. Like he's saying here, people are not kept down as a class by what appears to be the reason that they're being kept down. It's because they're ignorant of these mental principles, essentially. And the focus stays on lack and the situation stays the same. You know, society goes through these phases, and this current situation, obviously, where people are viewing a lot of lack from certain classes, it can't stand it. It always changes. Something comes about to change it, and it's enough people getting this mentality that ends up bringing about change on a grand scale. So it starts with you. And certainly I would think it's easier to believe or understand how a singular opportunity could come to you because of your mentality than to think, oh, the whole housing situation, for example, is going to change so that housing is affordable for everybody. That's where you get lost in the weeds and you start losing your faith and losing your vision. Focus on yourself only. Focus on taking on everything he's talking about here, the way of thinking here, and you'll see how it works for you, and then you'll understand how it works for everybody, and that's really it. Don't get sidetracked by all these employees. The things he's talking about here, the things he's mentioned in this book, they've been proven over time. What he's saying is proven over time. In an earlier chapter, he was saying, don't focus on the child labor and the poor working conditions in these companies. Those things have changed. Those things have, there have been movements. Which is basically, the movement is just enough people got it that this thing was going to change, and they were determined this thing was going to change. They decided that they were going to be successful, and enough people got to that point where it was a tipping point, and child labor got outlawed, and regulations for factories came into place. Unions formed, things like that. That's what happens when enough people catch this mentality. And so it starts with you, and being dejected or distracted by the fact that you feel maybe that you're part of this large group of people that are being kept down in some way, or that have been screwed by the boomers or whatever. Just drop that. Drop it entirely. That's competitive mind. That's not creative mind. Creative mind doesn't give a shit about what the boomers did. And then I also wanted to say one other thing here. He says, to follow this, if a few thousand of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trust can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. This, like everything else, all the videos on my YouTube channel recently especially, this is about perception largely. What having this mentality does is it removes all these thoughts of, I'm never going to get this. I'm never going to be able to break out of this situation I'm in. I'm screwed. I'm not talented or good enough to do this thing. What it does is it removes all of that. And what that is doing is it's like a big greasy fingerprint, just sitting right in front on your lens, right in front of all the opportunities that would bring you right out of that would advance you. And it's like washing that fingerprint off the lens. And the thing that was there all along, you'll see, or a thing that presents itself that you would otherwise miss, will be seen by you. And then you'll also have the right mentality to act on it. This completely changes your life. There's no comparison. There's no substitute. This totally changes your life, thinking like this. And then all of a sudden, it seems like things are happening. Things have always been happening. There have always been people that you were talking to that you had a conversation with somebody, and thanks to your mentality, you didn't stumble on a topic that would have led you to an opportunity, that would have led you to something that you want. That's really what's happening here. And here Wallace Wattles says it. And he says it flat out. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. When you believe that there are opportunities everywhere for business, you see them. I see them all the time. This is one thing that I don't have an issue with. I see more business opportunities than I could ever take in my lifetime. Just sitting there. It's crazy. I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. When you're not thinking everything's been cornered, the market's been cornered on everything, I could never have my own successful business. And this is just pertaining to this book. I'm only bringing that up because of this book and because I actually have, I'm engaged in mercantile business, as he says in the first line. I see them everywhere, but it doesn't apply just to business. They're everywhere for whatever you want. The opportunities to have relationships that are fulfilling are everywhere. Look around you. I mean, there's so many people. It's like, the opportunities are just never ending, but whatever you're thinking about them, that you're thinking about in the wrong way, that is preventing you from, it's preventing your eye from being caught by the right person. And the same thing for anything, literally anything that you want, that you're not feeling this way toward, that you're not acting in this certain way about. If you're not acting in a certain way about anything that you want, you can be absolutely sure that the negative thoughts that you're having about that thing, the unproductive thoughts that you're having about that thing, are blocking your vision. They're blocking you from seeing the opportunities that are always around and always presenting themselves over and over again. It's like he says, there's no lack. When you're on the creative plane, there's no time running out. There's no, that was my last opportunity. It just doesn't exist. That's a part of the creative mind. And so the opportunities are always coming. And it doesn't matter if you feel like you blew the best opportunity of your life. Your mind is going to be blown by how an even better one that has even more stuff that you never could have even imagined that you wanted shows up as soon as you get into this mind and stay there. This mentality and stay there. So that's all I've got to say about chapter 15. I will be back with chapter 16 shortly. Hey guys, this is chapter 16 of The Science of Getting Rich. I will read the text first and then have commentary at the end. Chapter 16, Some Cautions and Concluding Observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich. Holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited, they will insist that social and government institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich, and move forward with the fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government and make themselves rich. And when any considerable number of individuals do so under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific method set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith that it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, It is enough to know that neither the government under which you live nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all these things and become the citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited, or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly, for when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in the certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich, any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of the times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard, and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and look upon the world as something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard seeming evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time, and not get it at that time. And this will appear to you like a failure. But if you hold on to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in the certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination, which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account. And he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on.
When you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. You may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in the meeting of responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go on in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you have mastered all the ideas contained in it. While you are getting firmly established in this faith, you will do well to give up most recreations and pleasures, and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature, or get into arguments upon the matter. Do very little reading, outside of the writers mentioned in the preface. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision, and in cultivating gratitude, and in reading this book. It contains all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter. So that's chapter 16. And the comment I made on the last video for chapter 15 was basically then stated here, which is that don't put your focus on things that are wrong in society that you feel are keeping people down. What needs to happen is that people need to adopt this mentality. And when enough people do that, change happens. So trying to exert force on any, to help out any class of people that is going to continue to think not in the certain way, that is going to continue to operate on the creative plane, that's going to be futile until enough people in that class wake up. That's happening en masse in the world right now, I believe. This is an exciting time, because this book was written 113 years ago. And what's happened since then, to me, is evidence that this is taking in the minds of man. The internet has advanced this hugely. He says, remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited, or into acting on the moral level of competition. That's a tall order. Obviously, nobody's going to be perfect with this. He says, whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly, for when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. So the way that you know when you're in competitive mind is that it feels bad. This is a pretty simple thing. When you're in the state where all things are possible, that's a very positive feeling. When you're in creative mind where time isn't a constraint on you, the supply isn't limited, you're going to get what you want, that's an amazing feeling. When you start to drop down from that, it's because you're in competitive mind. That's how you know. So, you can do what he says, basically, return to your vision, return to your intention, return to your faith. And on my channel, a lot of what I address is what happens when you constantly can't do that, when you're just really falling short in certain areas of being able to not think scarcity, scarcity, scarcity. But in general, you're going to know the difference by how you feel. And if you're always feeling bad about something, you're in that state of mind where it's limited supply. You're not going to get it. So how you address that, there are a lot of ways. Simply turning your attention back to simply reminding yourself, these terms work really well for me. Just saying to myself, I'm on the plane of competition. I got to go up to the plane of creation where all things are possible. That's enough to pop me out of it a lot of the time. And being disciplined about that is another story, So I wanted to say also, he says, no matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in a certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. This is true. This is true. I've lived through this exact thing more times than I can count now. Something seems impossible. You've been told no about something. You can't see a way. A way does not appear to exist at all. Somehow a magic person shows up. A person shows up who changes it. Something that you never thought of shows up. Some crazy outside world event happens that changes something related. It's absolutely mind-blowing how the problems that you see in your way between you and the thing you want disappear
The idea that you need just comes into your head. It's just there. You're just sitting there and all of a sudden you think the thoughts that solve the problem. And it didn't come from any kind of toil or excessive figuring out of anything. It's just there. It's pretty crazy the way this works. He said, when others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. My current business was built during the aftermath of the recession of 2008. Things really hit the floor in 2010, 2011. And that is right when I started my business and it took off. I mean, it's, I don't know if that's because I read this line when I was 24 and I believed it, but my business is recession proof. My business went crazy during COVID lockdown, and it's done great during good times too. So when you take on this mentality, you just, and I don't know if it's because I'm, another part of my business, my personal business, is that it's selling a product that fits right in line with this entire book. It's something that I feel gives increase of life to everybody who gets it. It's something that I feel gives people more in use value than they give me in cash value. And I don't know if that's why it does well during a recession. I don't know if that's why it did great during COVID, but when you adopt the entire mentality, you don't just cherry pick what you like. When there's a way. You don't have to, like Neville Goddard was saying in his lecture that I read on an earlier chapter, the tarnished state is there and the untarnished state is there. They're all there. Everything's available to you. You just have to be very discriminating about what you're willing to engage in, how you're willing to act, what you're willing to do. Is it in the competitive plane? It's there. The thing you need is there. You just need to be able to say it. And that actually brings me perfectly to, he says, it's not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. It's the same with anything, cultivating talent, anything you want. It's as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. You decide what it is you want, you intend to have it, and you know that you will. So if you need to figure out what product it is that you want to sell, if you need to figure out what insight it is that you need to have, if you need to figure out what it is that you're not seeing that's blocking you from getting what you want, that's defined. That's defined. I need the insight. I'm missing an insight here. I'm stuck. I need the insight. I want it. It's done. This process is the same for anything you want in life. Anything. And it works every time. It has never failed me once, ever. And I've also definitely experienced what he said here about never allowing yourself to feel disappointed. Of course, you're going to feel disappointed. The object is to come out of that as quickly as possible. Human emotions, human reactions, they do change and get better as you live more and experience more, and this becomes more you, but you still experience disappointment. You still experience doubts and things like that. The idea is notice it, stop it, and turn it around back to the mentality that you need to be in. He talks about the student of this science set his mind on making a certain business, blah, blah. He worked to make it happen. It didn't happen. It just failed. It was like the universe was conspiring against him. But he continued on anyway, and something bigger and better he couldn't have imagined shows up to the point where he said, God, thank God I didn't get that first thing I wanted. This is a phenomenon everybody has experienced. And this is one of the big downsides of the current manifestation community that has sprung up on YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, everywhere, is that it's promoting the exact opposite idea of this. It's promoting the idea that if you decide you want a specific thing and you don't get it, you failed. It's the exact opposite of how you need to look at it, literally. That idea is going to cause you to fail at everything because you're going to think you did something wrong. You're going to go back and try to fix it, or you're just going to give up on everything. You're going to say, well, I can't do it. I decided I wanted a specific thing and it didn't happen. So therefore, manifestation is fake. I don't have the ability. It is the exact opposite. That is the crucial point. When you don't get the specific thing you want, that is the crucial point. That's where you're at a fork in the road. And depending on which way you go, you're either going to just totally fail or you're going to succeed wildly. There's almost no middle ground there. If you do what this person, with this story, what this person did in this story, you will see that this happens. Something that you would much rather have shows up. And, somebody said, I was talking about this on a video. Somebody commented, rejection is God's protection. That's a really good thing. That's a really good way to look at it. If you don't get the thing you want, you really have to step aside and just recognize that you are not the one orchestrating all of this. You're not. You're just a drop in the ocean, and the ocean is what is orchestrating everything. You got to have faith. You have to hold to your vision, and just keep your mind open. I don't see any other way to be. There is nobody out there that is deciding they want a very specific thing and getting it every single time. It just doesn't happen that way. There's no one doing that, literally. And often when you have a specific desire for a specific thing, you do end up getting that. So it's not bad to have a specific desire for something. It is bad to look at it as a failure if it doesn't materialize in the way or in the time that you decided it was going to. That's really all I've got to say about that. People vehemently disagree with that, and that is up to them. They will live to understand that. So that's all that I have to say about that. And the next chapter is a little wrap up of the book. It's a summary. If I were you, and I would print out this chapter 16, some cautions and concluding observations. It's 3 copier sheets. I would print this out and just keep it with you and just reread it. This really encapsulates the gist of this book, and maybe the next page too, because the last page of this is also, or just print the whole thing out and keep it with you. I'll be back shortly with the wrap up to this whole thing. Hey guys, this is chapter 17. It's the last chapter of the book. I will read the text and then have some closing comments after. Chapter 17. Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. Otherwise, he cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. Man may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon him. Gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance, so that man's thoughts are received by the formless. Man can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting himself with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuous feeling of gratitude. Man must form a clear and definite mental image of the things he wishes to have, to do, or to become, and he must hold this mental image in his thoughts while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all his desires are granted to him. The man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision and in earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to him. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless and the creative forces set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industrial and social order. All that is included in his mental image will surely be brought to the man who follows the instructions given above and whose faith does not waver. what he wants will come to him through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive his own when it shall come to him, man must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling his present place. He must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of his mental image, and he must do, every day, all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. He must give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life, and he must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom he comes in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude. So that's The Science of Getting Rich, and this is my closing statement about this book. This way of being is bulletproof. I can't think of a better way of putting it. No, the text isn't perfect. Not everything about this book is perfect or makes exactly the case it's trying to make. At least that's the way I've viewed it. But in practice, when you put this all together in practice and you take it on, you assume it, and you persist in it, it's bulletproof. That's the experience. It's bulletproof because it works consistently, and you will see yourself getting where you need to go. And it's just the perfect system to get things in exactly the right way that advances humanity while bringing you everything you want, while leading you to the point that you understand yourself in a different way, that you understand the way things work in a different way, from a different vantage point. It's really the starting place for everything having to do with self-actualization and, eventually getting to the point where you can study more elevated things and have more elevated understandings. So that's what I have to say about this book. Throughout recording this, I have come to see how much of this has just become a part of me over the last 20 years, how much of it has created my life. And it's been a great refresher for me too, because it's very easy to forget a lot of the things, a lot of the small pieces of advice, like do all you can, but don't hurry. And just, it gets easy to lose sight of the small insidious ways in which you fall down into competitive mind. You fall down into this human level of struggling for resources, competing against somebody else, the idea that the supply is limited. It comes out in all kinds of ways. And the challenge is rising above that. And it's an ongoing challenge. The more you can do it, the more rewards you reap. So that is it. I truly hope that somebody, even just one person out there, was able to take this and get it in there and start to use it. Because eventually everybody is going to have to get this in order for the whole race to move on from this competitive plane and start becoming creators. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it.